Hello, everyone. I apologize for the late start. Well, I spent the first 15 minutes cleaning up my inventory so that I didn't have to do that on stream. Because I logged into Salud and I was like, oh my god, everything looks like crap. So I took care of most of it. And out the notice, almost done. Alright, that should do it. Okay. Story, here we go. Back on the grind, let's go! Rouge! Hello, Rouge! Oh god, do you think I remember voices? Not at all. Not even a little bit. Let's see how it goes. Saloon, lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Brand new adventure, of course, Tataru. Who do you think I am?
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough?
No.
Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Oh.
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
I promise I'll do as Emmett told me to.
Oh, that's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly.
There's so many places to see, says Emmett.
Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavner, that's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Vrtra the last time you were there.
True.
But with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth,
yeah.
And I'm sure Vrtra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance.
The bounty, eh?
Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Oh.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty?
Okay. Right away? Okay, you know what? Hi, Emmett.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Straight into it, yep. Oh. No, give me the whole speech. Damn it.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
It's an adventure ready, missing his dear Emmett. Just glad to see his face.
Of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Oh, okay. Literally almost done. Make sure it has pockets. You're the best, Tataru.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
Oh.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
It looks like you're just embroidering something, but okay.
I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
That's what I say when I'm working with needles. I am one with the needle!
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Now she's just calling me out. Those who have watched my bonus streams know how bad my my retainers are.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
What the? Oh my gee! Oh, what the heck? Where? Having seen your inventory, right? Exactly. Rouge knows what's up. What is happening?
And thus I am returned.
Okay. Newfound adventure. Yeah, with some demon or some shit. What the hell was that? Oh.
Ah, you're awake.
What an intriguing sight to see when you wake up.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall.
I hate to break it to you, Tataru, but Rouge bought me this outfit,
If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
I got one that fits me perfectly, Tataru. Hate to break it to you. I don't think this outfit's going anywhere. I really do like it. Look at my inventory now, though, Rouge. It's so free. We don't need to open my armory chest, though. After about, like, 400 items being sold to my great company, I said, that's enough. Oh, look at you. Drinking your Limsa, like, punch is what it was called, yeah. What is this outfit for? This is your bard? Very nice. Fabulous as always. You never cease to amaze. Observe as the artist refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? It's pretty good. I like the cape. Oh. Yeah. Yes. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to take me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. It'll go in the glamour chest for sure, Tataru. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. I could hear it now, the merry clink clink of gil overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Yeah, the jewelry is nice. You use the earring and necklace on a lot of your glams, Rouge. Yeah, I do like that. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. The better part of the past decade. Yeah, because it took 10 years to come out. I mean, the Unending Codex. I feel like they should have given this to us forever ago, though. What about, like, my husband? Come on, game. Bountiful ruins! Yes! Evan, to fulfilling your wish. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavner, I suggest you explore your options at Meride's Mehane, the finest drinking establishment in Razatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the locale telltellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Saloon, and may fair fortune find you. Bye, Tataru. Thank you. Where the heck? There we go. No, Michiel, Melio? Welcome to Madrid's Mehane. I've seen you before. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. I want information, ma'am. Tell me the goods. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. There he is, Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private source, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mehane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should be happy he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy from him is on the for him is on the house. By the way, if Marie found out I took coin from Thavner's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Hello, sir. Yes? Okay. Oh, he's older than I thought. What may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Just a friendly chat. How about a drink, sir? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Mertreat's finest. Enjoy. Lovely. Bottoms up. Jane empties the cup in a single pull. Jesus, okay. Oh, it's like bigger than your face, dude. That's very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? The ruins beneath the bounty. Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was the Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Thavner from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razatan. His decision to aid the Arkassadora is but ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Razatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there was the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Jesus. Another round for the professor. I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Yes, I know a drunk when I see another for the professor. Today was a splendid day to visit the Bahane. Coughs out his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused, to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur. Sorry, I got an email. Of Vrtra's potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail. But I hear, but he did have... No, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril, sir. Okay, I went to the edge of the universe. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then? What manner of dangers have you faced? The Endsinger, who called forth the end of days? The very edge of existence! From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Be healed. One, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Drains yet another cup dry. Jesus. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Hajama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Miliel, what drinks? Water. Wink wink. Your drink, sir. A marvelous time parched. Gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? So that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head, it will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind the words of Master Jalzon. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azava, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mahane's fine spirits. You probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. Here I've learned all that Jaheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Okay. You there! I can guess your name is Azama. Yes, I'm Azama. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Azadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his tales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Azadal's thirds, the worldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With that bigger wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vaults deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Azadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Oh, you didn't need to walk through me, though. Sir, I am married.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Dude, just a fucking kid, why? But why though?
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
What are you gonna do with it?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Azadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate!
Yeah, okay.
Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim?
That was absolutely an act right there.
How I shall envy the one who
Oh,
purchases
okay,
that
yeah, here we go.
precious map.
Uh-huh.
Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Ugh. Jeez. What? Estinian?
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say? If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
Don't fall for it.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
Yep.
But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
I gotta go beneath the bounty.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
Uh-huh.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
Never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
Uh-huh.
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you're not just doing it for that single kid. I mean, obviously, it's
to
part
do
of
for
it.
Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Oh, I kind of forgot completely about that. Again. Yeah, we did do that, didn't we? With Alfino's buddy that got hurt. Sorry, I'm putting on a jacket. It's a little chilly today. Okay.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, thank God. Okay, yeah, he is.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Uh-huh.
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
Sorry, I'm admiring his new hairdo because it's
Thus, if
beautiful.
some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Don't look at me like that. Naturally.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Oh, good. I'm filling out that codex. You recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Vrtra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Honish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work, but that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsia is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. Okay, sure. Sitting out here looking homeless in the bum rags. Listen, alright. He only has 2 outfits available to him. Bum rags and then his armor. Okay. I'm hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. We've seen him wear red cloths before in Ishgard. That's not cooking for me. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? Want a boat? Boat? Want to go explore the bounty? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Right here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. We noticed our little shadow. He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. It is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you not cross paths with some wild beasts? Well, Estinian and I kind of flew, but yeah, sure. I'm sorry, sir, if I don't you the heroes who saved Thavner. You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I worked with Sashel, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You're kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he had needed to search about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man set out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. Dude, who do you think I am? Alright, I got Rouge. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. And Rouge. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Yeah, wait, yeah, let me go get my husband. That we could, and assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Obviously, my husband. Carl may have our hands for rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Yes, he would! Yes, he would! Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean. Dude, you have no idea. What is your name, boy? Oh god. Mehrad, sir. Well, Mehrad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me a Stinian. A new weapon. That is an interesting sword. It has like a moon on it. Huh. Sure. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. Oh, yeah, of course. Who better than me? He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. Yes. Stinian, you're so smart. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. I know where that is. Come on, Stinian. Let's be off too, my Rod. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back, Saloon! What might the students do for you? I'm looking for my husband. Graha, yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Carl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ojika, my good man,
Oh, come on now.
would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's your work going?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
I came for you. Let's go on an adventure.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh. He's...
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
Look at him. He's so excited. Oh my god.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Look at him. Ah. It's so cute.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Oh my god. God, you have to stop being so cute. How am I supposed to not fill a computer with images of you?
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Just you.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Oh, cat party, let's go! I mean, Makote party, let's go!
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon.
Hang on. All my photos didn't open. I have to make sure. Okay.
Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Did say he went to another world or something, right?
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
I thought he was with his
He
husband.
sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Oh. Look at us!
From what I can gather, the Loperites wish to build their own vault for the people of Atheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience.
What? These patches have some of the funniest cutscenes in the game? Okay.
So, Why not take Urianger with you?
I look forward to them.
Study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
The more men, the merrier. I'm not gonna complain. A Vicote party with the Stinian and Urianger.
I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Was this like... What is this other matter that she's talking about?
Right. Then it's off to the library.
A side quest? I don't think it's Dontrell. I thought that was... We shall see, I suppose. Onwards. Oh, goodness. Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. Have your wits about you. Who knows what she'll do when we find her sleeping like this?
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Oh. Oh.
Close my eyes for one moment. How long have you two been here?
We didn't want to wake you.
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Well, girl, come on.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runa. but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries, as if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
Left the little drone with a pile of books to put away. So much information. Huh. I visited the Brinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thalmazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. I don't see Thinkred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? Yeah, Urianger, where's your husband?
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Alright.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
Alright.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
But where's your husband? Was it Thinkred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
Oh, okay, good.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits have been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
We're gonna go seek treasure.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
How about your husband?
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
There he is. A bard.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits. It seems our paths were not to cross.
Mentor. I should have asked him about the pilgrimage. It was more like
because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
The pilgrimage, yes. You mean the honeymoon? How was your...
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos.
Oh.
A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
Treasure.
Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
That wasn't the... You could come too!
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it is best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
It's so bright and colorful here when the sky isn't burning. The thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I sent you to recruit Graha, and you returned with an entire survey party. I hope Mattia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. I am more than glad with the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. We will keep an eye out. Giant potato pancakes. Potato pancakes, that is interesting. Despite his misgivings, I wager Megrad remains in the merchant's employ. Oh, okay. What are you thinking about? Isidel III, I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to take another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Dungeon time! Yeah! Oh! Double check. Okay. I am gonna change one thing real quick. Okay. One can only spend so many days hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. I'm aware that this story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story, but even the wildest tales often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. The treasure vault of a satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. none who enter these ruins come out alive? Well, we shall see about that. Yes. Let's do this! Dungeon time! Oh wow, it really was like a key. Okay. Let's go! Oh. Oh god. Oh my god. I wasn't paying enough attention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Octopus jellyfish? What the heck? He's got little weapons. Kinda cool, sir. Big wave. I don't see it. Okay, I see it now. Tentacle dig? Oh, 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 oh. Where are you going? Where are you going with that? I can't tell if he's chasing me or if he's just doing something funny. Holy shit! Ouchies. He went all over the place with that thing. Jesus. Oh no, he's doing two of them now. What? Holy crap. How are you supposed to move away from that fast enough? Okay. Ah! Oh god, he's doing it again. I actually followed that one. Somehow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Teleporter. Woo! Oh, oh. Down we go, I guess. The variants of Dr. all over again. Oh. Except it's a little nicer. Whoa! It's just an underwater aquarium now. So at the end of the day, I invited my husband to go on an aquarium date. That's what this is. I like that. Someone wants to grab that chest, that would be nice. Hopefully. Maybe? What is this? A portal? What the fuck? Oh, it's an enemy. Sure, okay. Oh, is it? It's pulling the fish in. Like, you don't need water. Get in here and fight these intruders. That's exactly what it did, though. What the heck? Oh my god. I don't even know how many I can take here. Come on. Holy crap. Oh my god. Okay, they're just big. Look at all the fishies. They're squids, and octopus kind of is more like what they are. And anglerfish. Or football fish, I guess. Oh, okay. Oh, we're going that way. Here comes another portal. Does this guy have a crown? He does. Wait, what is his name? Claw trap. Oh god, I died. Holy crap. Guys, this dungeon is mean! This dungeon is mean? This dungeon is mean. Maybe pull smaller, sorry. I didn't think it'd be that big of a deal. Oh, Rouge went back for the chest. That's okay, Rouge. I didn't realize. You know, it wouldn't be a stream if I don't mess something up. Let's be honest here. Alright, Claw Trap as though the 14th. Alright, boss number 2, here we go. That's not what I was expecting. It's like a Magitech. What the fuck? What? Okay, he likes the center. Oh wow, that's a long time. Ow. Oh, Rouge, when did you die? Oh, shit. Wait. Holy crap. Okay, well, I don't think we're surviving this. Oh, I died from electrocution or something. Oh my gosh. You know, Roger, you're right to warn me about the traps, because I wasn't expecting him to pull the sea creatures out of the tanks and have this thing. Wow, that black mage moved at the last second there. Alright, there we go. Oh, we found the gold already. Whoa. Holy crap. Dude found the One Piece or some shit, like, my god. There's so much treasure here. Rouge, we've done it. We found the One Piece for ourselves. Oh god, hey, come back here. Here we go. Looks like there's like spikes on the ground. Okay. Oh. What are you doing? Spike traps? Oh. Interesting. Okay. What the heck? What? Oh. I don't really know how you tell the difference there, but alright. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. What? There we go. Alright. Thanks, Rouge. There's the tricky dungeon, getting back into it. Is that the One Piece?
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Harnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
What the heck, Barshan? What the fuck are you doing here? Hello.
Vrtra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vrtra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
The One Piece. Sorry. I wasn't going to touch it, but you know, you're stole. But you get a smack.
You and I will speak later.
Oh, shit!
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Sorry.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Uh-oh. It's a evil pot of goop. With a void in it? Just tell it it's happy.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment. by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Yeah, those things get bigger. Even in the learned halls of Charlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. That peril is far too great. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. Difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of a deliberate action. I suspect it's the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. Okay.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void, thus bolstered by icons on one side and Voidsent on the other. The two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razat Khan and abandoning your sister. You chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember with Nero. I remember when Nero turned purple. Uh-huh.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
So that void gate has been open for a long time?
So when I sensed intruders
Anyone want to close it?
I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed.
Yeah.
That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
So put the lid back on it. Oh, good, okay.
I wish only to forget the rest.
Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Asjaya in memory still, clear and vivid. The 13th? What chaos must consume that world? Vrtra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Needhog's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. However, first, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We are perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hands for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Vrtra. Vrtra plays Pot of Greed, allowing him to draw 2 cards. Does he know? There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vrtra to share everything he knows. Vrtra speaks as if Ashdaya is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. While I am loath to keep Corral waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vrtra's tale. It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Leopards what a treasure vault is that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. Alright, whatever you say, Urianger. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the vault sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oh. Why such guilty faces? Surely is it you who are responsible for this? Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Listen, buddy. Treasure... we had to find the One Piece. We had no choice. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and boarded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, I would admit only the lowliest of void sent, and from the side, no man would be able to pass through. No man, I should think elf, you know, would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ashdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? You just throw everyone under the bus. Alright, say it's your turn. It was the Stinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Alright, you throw it right back at me. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth in the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trope for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, and I might alleviate my people's suffering. And we are of one mind. I had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Is that right, my friend? Yeah. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I'll make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. But I must be off to Charlayan as well. Mistress Cryo was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. Bye, my husband. Oh. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least, otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. The difficult part is all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Sure. Thank you, Saloon. Saloon and I are in this together. I'll follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere, What's happening elsewhere? Oh. This feels like Kingdom Hearts. Elementals, okay, sure. This guy, I know who that is. I have a card of him. I have his card. Oh, I actually have another card I can portray. Oh my god. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it, a rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Heroes thought underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. I don't know. She really didn't do much in that battle. In the Crystal Tower. Let him come. I will drown the world and watch this flesh-ling grasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we sieged. Not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Totally feel like that should have been voice acted. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least, otherwise it was a heavy— oh, I already read that one. Sorry. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the Sachap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Selud, you are to visit Akiali and Yadamed, speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same in Palakistan. I'll be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. Another day deciding who gets money? Didn't we do the same thing, kind of? Well, maybe not. We just told Lise where the money was, and she kind of did that. I think. Oh, Selud, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Okay. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavner, then you must try my special Umbra Lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. I'm not Estinian. Estinian, who is... Oh, you're the one who was with that spear-totting fellow? Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. How fares the port? Well, it is in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God rest his soul. Wow, sorry, I was reading that email I got earlier. Oh, Vrtra doesn't remember these. That's okay, I barely... There we go. I barely remember her too. They need Lollarita out here? Yeah, true. It seemed my stint on Vrtra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hanish local was thanking me profusely for saving their home. My advisor's return. I just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. That as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard great news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader, but such visitors are far and few between. Wow, okay. Sorry, my word dyslexia flipped those two. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of our exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yaldamed? They need money. Which you have a plethora of. See, without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Thelun, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I'd like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Well, it takes a village. I've spent a good amount of hours in the Foundation, yes.
Of course.
The firmament.
We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Don't you miss him? More pancakes. The Warrior of Light helps Vrtra invent social welfare circa 9th year, 7th astral era. Indeed, indeed. Vrtra is warming to his role as a satrap. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. Thank you for putting forth Kazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Yashtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Yashtola must have finished her study in the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I shall go with you. I thought the Satrap would be too busy setting up the Foundation. Our clerks have been the well-oiled cogs for this administration since before Ahevon assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done, and I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. 12,116 gil to travel to Vrtra from Solution 9. These aetherite costs are getting out of hand. Oh boy. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vrtra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Yashtola might have to share. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say?
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vrtra's alchemists. no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Oh, here we go. Full on example. Professor just showed up.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
The frick is this? I've never seen that before.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that void scent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Hell yeah!
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death.
My mom let my cat in, and the first thing he did was attack.
And humbled the cloud of darkness. Well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Oh, he's on my lap. Oh, no, my kitty. I don't appreciate you attacking the first thing you do.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name.
Oh, he is.
Provided it does not endanger my people.
My cat noticed Varshan. Was like, what the fuck was that? What? What are you looking at? Huh? You just want all the attention. I'm getting fur everywhere.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Vrtra, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Oh, he's digging his claws into my leg.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Oh, don't step on my keyboard, though. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
Don't.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made Voisin.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
My husband's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. Still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Okay, I'm gonna teleport to Charlene, but I gotta take a minute break because I'm allergic to cats and to plants, and my cat apparently went and rolled in all the dust outside before he came, and I just pet him and my hands are itching, so I need to go solve this issue before I freak out, so be back in a minute. Alright. Sorry about that. The pains I suffer from my cat. Okay. If we're to enter Nominon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What of Scholar Martigene? He did come to Gorha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. This man's name is Gorgeous. If at least you could read it that way. Gorgeous. Threw me off guard. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Fall took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Well, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of the academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? I forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us to secure permission to enter Nominon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We want to open a gate to the void. Do you think he'll go for that? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demure has lain dormant in Charlayan's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Batoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge has every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholar, we will be sure to pass on any revelations. Oh. So, Saloon, Mistress Stola, how may I be of service? We come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, Emiliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. We want to go into the void. We want to open a void gate. What do you think about that? Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. We will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Now, I'm getting a phone call, so if you would excuse me for a minute. Okay, sorry about that. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Struck him where it hurts. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange of our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldician Annex. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is to return to the Annex and await word of the Forum's decision. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlayan, insulted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines. It was agreed that allowing you to entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you a good day. For the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlayan needed to get it through not one but two exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding Halstiamir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly? Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? This expansion has just been run around with Y'shtola. Have a good time. Doing research together. The first one's like, treasure hunting, gold! Second one, research. Well, actually, I don't even know if I finished the first one yet. I don't think I have, actually. This is still the first one. To think, but the set of instructions I leftly imagined may actually exist, but yon's away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Azadal's third's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archived Y'shtola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Okay. Oh. Someone is just going ham on this piano, man.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
What is this song? How am I supposed to study with this music? Okay, well, I suppose I am just supposed to study in this music. Okay, what's this? Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though I'm tempted to read more, I don't know if I am. I'm gonna run away from that one. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Imalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the aether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt to same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence, some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Should this man-made god truly be all-knowing, and if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. The following pages entail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nahashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlane's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the verbatim volume you seek. Each total will need to make final confirmation. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I've looked open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Well done, Saloon. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves?
Don't look at the one straight back.
Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hunnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Demir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Yashtala tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you'll be interested. The research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Demir. I never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Nomenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand. I can hardly wait to read it. To think that Demir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Or work on a Demir project that had been the redoubtable scholars of Charlene trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You're a woman of my own heart, oh. I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we've built it? We're gonna open a portal to the void. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atmos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating with spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlene Markets provided a raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally-infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the font of Maya, the ascetics of old once favored the place of their meditations, and the water which pools there is now known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vrtra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We'll meet back here anon. Arcania Strella requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. The boy Mehrad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when you go there next time. My apologies. Come on now, who do you think I am? You have not passed for me. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Saloon. Okay. The crew I came across, Estinian seemed to need a diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matzio's points again? Points. Not this time. Once Jestala informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them to me. Or leave them be. And all this time I thought the tales of Ajdal's horde were no more than sunken sailors' fantasies. Onto the boat, if you please. We could chat on the way there. 'Tis likely not needed with Vrtra alone, but I held onto the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks, we set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Azdal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. Twould seem a few stragglers remained. Poor Vrtra, you really should have spoken with the Stinian before we left. I shudder to think what we'd cost them in terms of construct materials. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
Oh!
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
We're gonna keep doing it. Throw him under the bus. Stinian, go on.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Okay. I feel like she totally didn't have to say it like that.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Oh.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well.
What is this music? It sounds like Overcooked 2. It sounds like a zombie level in Overcooked 2.
This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Really, we're just like, throw everyone under the bus. Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
No!
Let us begin, shall we?
Oh my god. They had fun with a lot of these options, didn't they?
Nixies, into the void.
Okay. It sounds like Overcooked 2. Surely you hear it. It's right. It sounds like a horde level or something. I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she's being fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. Sister, save me. I will never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam, indeed. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower and the final lash of Ashtaya's tail as she plunged into the void. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. She's just like dancing. Like you said, some of the funniest cutscenes in the game. Yeah.
I think we've waited long enough.
Look pretty good, Rouge.
Nixies, return to my side.
Oh. Oh no! Oh my god.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Oh. No.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Oh, well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
Of course. My husband knows what he's talking
So
about.
it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently.
It doesn't look degraded at all. Oh, what are you talking about?
We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Darkness. I think that sums it up. Darkness.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vrtra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Whoa! Them gloves, man. Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt it. Fear of such creatures is at the root of Vrtra's hesitation. Once Nintendo succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, the door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Okay. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie victual. Shall we proceed with other preparations then? As we saw, the voiding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. Well, yeah, his husband went in there With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Valgyr's Reach and commission their best and brightest spy in Valgyr's Reach. Why there? Why must you always take me back there? Curse you. Oh. She brought me with her. How kind. Doesn't mean I'm happy to be here. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Saloon, what brings you to the Ironworks? I have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Mr. Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Sid, how's Nero? A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. I need you to strengthen this thing. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable, we know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak around doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Thanks, Ed. Say hi to Nero for me. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the mock Atmos. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. Oh. I hope Nidana has good news for us.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Bashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
I don't know about you guys, but I kind of might feel insulted if I was a dragon that's been living for like ever, and these people that only live so long would be like, yes, little brother. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead had they been here. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ashdaya. You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vrtra reach this conclusion. Those for the greater good. The Worm's thundering sighs were keeping his... I don't know where understanding came from. The Worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoski's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vrtra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should call on? Try not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Before should be sufficient for our purpose. Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near the gate itself. What the palace chambers should serve? Come, let us reconvene outside Pegaduta. Conducting our exposition outside the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Radzatan, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vrtra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? While the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault, once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, We can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid in me in my search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you have preparations to make a reventure into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Selûne, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart, this I know. Meanwhile, on the 13th, oh. That's...
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Is that not, like, Zenos? Right? Yeah, that's what his arm looked like and stuff. Excellent timing, Selûne. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding skills. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Optimus. All is in readiness for our journey to the Void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the great work. Let us head there at once. Oh. Hello. Oh my god, look at it! He's just chilling. Our comrades are here, but the Ironworks people have yet to arrive. To thus create a void scent, Hunnish alchemists are as clever as they are bold. There you are, Saloon. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial Atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Vrtra. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding skills. Did someone say warding skills? Because I just so happens we have them. Hey, you brought your husband. Right on cue, 'tis good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope? It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. It was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. What was that smile? As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the scales. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Yes? Nidana, is that the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you come, or please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Nero, where were you going? Okay. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he could get. But you, of all people, ought to know that, eh?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vrtra, I presume.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but We could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention.
Your absent stare, thinking things. Shush, shush. I'm not thinking anything at all. What are you talking about?
And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Void Scent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan, and best of luck.
I have something for you as well.
I get a prezi?
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit.
I get a prezi from
As you may
Urianger?
recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits.
Yeah.
Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
What?
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? My research into cross-shift travel, this is a moment of truth. For all those who helped us come this far, let us pray we succeed. They've upgraded the Vault's Guardians to contend with Voids, and a task which was made easier by the surplus of broken units. One could argue that I did them a favor. He's so tall. It's not only us cheering you on, but the alchemists of old too. You couldn't possibly fail. An undersea vault guarded by alchemical sentries. Such a place would be an ideal proving ground for new creations.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Num num.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands.
GG! Oh my god, I missed you. I think we're about to do a dungeon.
In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
You can't take...
my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
You can't take my paladin job, Roshan. I'm sorry. It's my job. You've been hella busy? Yeah, I've noticed. I missed you. And yes, that's a dungeon. Are you available? Are you gonna get on? Can we do a dungeon together, Gigi? Yay! First time in a reflection, or no? I can't say I'm feeling nervous. Not after having journeyed to the edge of existence. True to our friend's words, the warding skills are eminently reinforced. We needn't fear corruption, even should we be wounded by void scent. Now looking back, I shall keep my eyes ever forward and trust Vrtra to my people. Okay, now... I didn't say it before, but like... Did your shirt always show your belly, or is this just a new look for you, Varshan? Cause like... Is it new? Are you telling us something, Varshan? Do you want to tell us something? The aura snatched waist. He did grow, yeah, but surely they would have. I mean, it's the same outfit, but they made it bigger, but like. It's so revealing now. I got an email earlier. I was going to talk about it, but then I got distracted. I don't even remember what was happening, but apparently it feels like cheating because last semester I like only did art classes pretty much, but I got high enough grades, which is, you know, it's not exactly the hardest thing in the world in art. I got high enough grades to keep my to put my GPA up real high. And the dean of the school was like, you're on my skilled list or something. Like, you did really good last semester. You reached the list. And I'm like, I don't, okay. Nice, yeah. Choosing our way to the dean's list, yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, in the past I've done like French and other complicated classes, so it hasn't really, you know. It didn't click as smoothly as last semester did, despite all my art chaos that I went through. Let's see if you're ever out of play. You got this, GG. We're gonna get in there and we're gonna punch some things, yeah? Oh wow, okay. Might they all spotted such a really annoying location? It's a trippy castle, it's all wavy. It reminds me of like a Mario Kart haunted mansion map. It does though, okay? Oh god. Oh god, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Sorry, people. Holy crap. Alright. It appears rats have wandered into my castle. Okay. Tear them apart if you must. Their drifting ether will suffice. Oh. Okay. What was that? Okay, fair enough. Oh god, they turned into actual enemies after that. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh! Oh, pretty! Look at that castle from, is it from 9? Is this guy from 9, I think? Maybe? Ah! I'm bad at remembering what games is what. Kinda looked like the castle from 9, even if it's not. Okay. This guy's got some cool looking wings. have that card. I have the writer card. You have that horse? But, yeah, isn't that the ice horse? Good lord. Are you gonna run away again, Beatrice? You should make it this far. No matter, I will devour you personally. Nah. I don't think so. Gaze into my eyes? Nah, I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Merge, what happened? Oh my god! She doomed you. That's okay, we got her. At least she was low on health when that happened. They're too strong, someone else could devour them? Yeah, that's what I thought. Whoa! Look at those leaves! Those are cool. Who's doing that? Okay, one of the spiders. Oh, where'd those birds come from? Oh my god. Oh my god, stop it! I can't even see what I'm doing!
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Ben Daniel?
I am Scarmilione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Thorn. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
Okay, you sound like Fan Daniel though. Hi, Nanami. I swear to God, it's Fan Daniel. Like, it's the same voice, right?
Breathe deep of your death. You must die.
I'm not gonna be in front of him for that. Oh yeah. Creeping decay.
Protect me, my minion.
Oh. Oh, we all moved the same direction.
Stubborn mortal. Come, fill your love.
Oh lord. I used the dart because I stepped on it. Shit. Oh god.
No, I will not be defeated by you.
Alright. It is Fandaniel? Yeah, I can't miss, I wouldn't be able to miss it. Alright. He's so unique. I wish you'd come back though. I want to listen to him more. It's one of my favorites. You all know this. Thanks, Rouge. Second dungeon of the post Endwalker. Who was that fourth set? It was Fandaniel, obviously. In another lifetime. Fandaniel of the 13th.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
I think a lot of them
not
knew.
for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Let's investigate, shall we?
Sage advice, my friend. It is reassuring to have one so experienced with us.
Yep. That's me.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
It seems the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. I never dreamed it would come this far, or I would come this far. I can't thank you all enough for your cooperation. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. What the? I got a throne. I guess everyone passed on it or something. The voiding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But with her now, I would sense Ashdaya were she remotely near, but there's nothing. Might you not call to her, let her know that you have come? Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. 'Tis liable to draw more Voidsent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well, let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. This one does not but stare. Yeah, I suppose so. Am I gonna get the same treatment? Hello? The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Alright, but at least it's not biting my face off. Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. What enticing ether you have. Give me some, no. If only I was stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, I'll find someone else to eat. Well, able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. Okay. Like the prevailing tongue in Norbrant, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. Okay. Hello, sir. I serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. A dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You learned all you can from this void scent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. Okay. Clever one. I have nothing to share, for those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation with the name. My experience was much the same. Lower brown void scent tend to have lower intelligence, 'twould seem. A pity, Scarmilione. Scarmilione? I do. Is dead. He was talkative at least. Yeah, I liked him talking. What have you? There's a clever one in the dungeon. A clever void scent in the dungeon. Yep, that's what I said. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this void scent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. Yep. They really be making me just traverse the whole dungeon again. Do it again backwards this time. Yep. Could this be the clever void scent? There appears to be someone within. I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard.
You are the friend.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Zenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Zenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Oh! What? Holy shit!
Is that Hydaelyn's crystal?
What is it doing? Did you just turn that Reaper into a babe?
But how?
Hydaelyn.
The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
Well.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Zenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Okay.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers.
Oh.
In the name of his hunt, Zenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then?
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
It matters because you're a babe.
Indeed. It doesn't.
Oh, well, that's okay, you're gay.
Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature.
Hey.
So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Oh.
Now, you will answer me a question. Zenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Well, Zenos had a unique view. I'm Saloon Elsing.
So, you're not a friend?
Then... he had a very unique view of friend.
What is it? What is a friend?
Hey, don't leave. You can't find your answer with leaving. Scarmiglione? Does he come back to talk more? Oh, I full welcome him. I assumed the dungeon was reserved for those intended for the mistress's consumption. Tis fortunate that we came here when we did, fateful even. Zenos' avatar. What are the odds? We still know little about her, but for now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than moan for ether. When I served Zenos, my mind was shrouded in haze, but one thing was always clear, his obsession with the friend. What that word means, I do not know exactly. I know only that it referred to you, and that yours was an important existence. Well, yeah. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those we've met, and the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us about herself and about her world. What? What? What are the odds that Van Daniel entered my codex? Wow. I'm like, yes, I know that voice actor. But I better write about it in my own never-ending codex. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? You're looking for a Voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon. Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well, I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the Void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Now I have to do the dungeon a third time. Look at that face. Oh! They cover. Oh! I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I wish I could see his face. The one rule is no different from that of many in our own world. It's like it's those like Upino who are a rare breed. We cannot allow Y'shtola to bear the burden alone. When next the opportunity arises, I will offer my own ether. This is the castle from 4. Huh. Is the guy 4? It's totally possible he's 4. I might have based it up. 9 is something else. Yeah. You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for her knowledge, and I will recover it quickly enough once we've returned home.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void.
You're right, Rouge. 9, the 9 bits about 9 don't come in until later. This is 4. I got them mixed up.
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction, and though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb.
Oh.
As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void sent.
No.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about 0?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, 0's the world of possibilities.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
Yeah, possibilities.
As I said, I care not. 0, then.
What the heck was that animation? She tipped her hat.
A name is a string of sounds.
Yeah.
Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, 0, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
So, it looks like Scarmiglione spies just as much as frickin' Van Daniel does. Uh-huh.
Did you say something?
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was just a trick of the wind. If not as out of the ordinary, I suggest like to hear more from Zero. I can't imagine there are many part void scents like her who remember the world as it was. They may have subdued the void scent here, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. Beginning, a curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue this conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. We shall have it as soon as we've arrived. Huh. I wonder if all these characters are from 4. I must see to the payment, then we may ask Zero what she knows about Ashdaya. All appears unchanged here. Feel eyes on us. Stay alert. Yeah, I feel eyes on us as well.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
You're mine!
And again? But we struck it down, watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
What are you looking at there?
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's.
Oh.
My mouth waters at the memory.
Oh.
What? I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier. Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless! You cannot defeat that which cannot die!
bodes ill.
Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable beast. Quickly, stand together!
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
If you don't do something, Yashtana's gonna use up all of her ether.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask, but that I nevertheless did accept.
Oh! Oh. I thought maybe she just absorb it. What is she doing?
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Can you teach us that? Oh, she's so cool and fabulous.
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Okay.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn void scent into crystal.
What is this power?
I found like so emo in that.
Tremble before my truth, Drake!
Ow.
Attend to the minions first.
Okay.
Be gone.
What the fuck?
That's far enough. Got you.
Look at her go! Holy crap! Zero the MVP, man!
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive.
Oh shit.
Useless! Enough! Enough!
What is he doing? Hey, leave her alone!
Cannot win without Zenos! We must help her!
Another debt to repay.
I must deal with you. I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, are we? Very well. Let us return the favor.
Return again and again.
I think she proved that you won't, though.
What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Those crystals look so pretty. I'll keep him with me. Oh. Oh. This hasn't happened in a long time. Okay. Wow, that's what she used to look like. It's very different.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
I forgot about welcome. That's how they greeted me in the Foundation.
I, Golbez, have called you hither.
Golbez.
I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the crew's gift?
A Papalimo classic? Yeah, I didn't think about that, but it's true.
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Bez. Oh my god! What the fuck?
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether.
Wow, those horns are crazy.
This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmilione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt. and in doing so ensured that I receive my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Zero be thirsty. Zero be thirsty for Yashtola. Look at that.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
She had like a... I don't know, an upside down S for horns? Does that verify?
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
Oh, sorry. A joke
the
around.
ambitions of this Golbez.
You should know by now, Vrtra, that I joke in times of dire.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
If Golbez has Ashdaya at his mercy, then we must find him. Hopefully Zero has knowledge that will aid us in our search. We vanquished one of Golbez's archfiends, but 3 remain, as troublesome as this one, I expect. There is nothing like the ether of a living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero could answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Saloon, you've come to the 13th before, yes? You've got Void sent here. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. I don't appreciate the World of Darkness music. They can fuck off. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return in contravention to the natural order. Do you remember aught of the ordinary? A stealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you would have come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct void set once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies to your erstwhile prey, or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet, despite this greatest strength, Scalemione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I combined the ether of the soul and the crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? Never thought about that. I do know, though, that Void Sent can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. see. Do you? Zero, I wish to ask about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in my castle may have heard of him. Then he must try talking to the Voidsent again. Let us entrust the task to Saloon. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps? Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. According to your vision, Golbez recruited his champions and raised an army by offering a dragon's ether in exchange. However, his crusade, 'tis unconscionable to use a dragon's lifeblood as fodder. He will answer for his deeds. I know what it feels like to have my essence blended with that of another. Yet, tumultuous though it was only one worm's soul. To be bound to scores of others over thousands of years sounds horrible. Garmilione, too, appeared surprised by Zero's power. As she says, it must be a lost art. This makes her invaluable to our cause far more than someone who can simply communicate. So with this echo of yours, you can see into the past. Interesting. Those memories may as well be all that remains of it, though. Everything and everyone was warped by darkness. However storied it may appear, this castle is simply the product of its mistress's mind. So the clever one hasn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps... Golbez, of course I know him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. Seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return, then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They're very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. Archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. The tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez, I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him. Welcome back, Saloon. Were you able to learn aught of value? He's big and scary, and he has a lot of minions. So countless voids sent entered to the archfiends, who in turn answered to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scarmilione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Gomez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister, Ashdaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Gobez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Got in the way of my world already. If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Surely you must desire something. More of Yashtola's... I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our requests. The payments need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle. I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent. Let's just go and find our mount at once. That's good. Not go buzz much to hear of this. Okay. Well, with that, I am going to have to wind down stream. Let me reach this other area real quick. Made a lot of progress. It doesn't fully feel like it, but that was a lot of progress, I think. I feel like that first expansion was really long. Alright. And with that, thank you everyone for joining today. Thank you everyone who did dungeons with me. I'm glad we got to see Gigi and Nanami again. We missed them always. Yeah, videos will continue to be uploaded starting Monday. I uploaded a bunch yesterday, if you haven't noticed. If you haven't yet, join the Discord. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good evening and a good weekend and week. And I will see you all next Friday. Bye everyone!